Basis of the symptoms reported nearby the station by casualties. Yeah.
But interesting. In real case, for example, it's commonly present in a hospital in a big city, some decontamination units for this case. In your experience, not depends where you are.
In most of the major cities, they have a decontamination team or department, but it's very small. And it's normally designed to deal with patients they receive. They have to decontaminate there, not mobile units they send out. The mobile units are normally through CRM type, which are specialised. And the biggest problem is, in fact, this is good because this is Madrid. If you do it outside in the country, no chance.
So, this is the kind of answer I was hoping we might get.
Yeah,
We want to into it.
Yes. You need to immediately brief the advisor that there is a capability gap because they may not be aware of it. They won't be aware of it. Okay? So that has to be number one. That basically everybody's an alkali. You've got to get them thermal checked. So that has to be the priority in that aspect, which includes, as you said before, getting those roads clear. Because if you can clear those roads, you can get them through much faster. But there is still, it's not instant. You cannot get them there in 10 minutes. It will not happen. It's going to be 30, 40 minutes at best. We need to provide the options for resource deployment. So what are the options?
I think that we can use all the forces not present enough.
Thank you. Exactly that. You start to look around and say, what else have we got that's not in Alpha? There must be other ones around here that we can use. Let's call them up. Don't just assume that because we put everything in Alcala, we have to have all of those back here. We do need the CBRN team. We do need the forensics. But the forensics come afterwards. Take it a bit later, who cares? Okay, CBRN's important, but we can come to that. Map stakeholder impact. That is, who is being impacted by this? Well, there's the trains, metro, Renfe, there's the local roads. You've got a whole infrastructure around here. You have to look at who is getting impacted by this and deal with it. And the way to deal with it is to designate, please, someone as a spokesperson. Okay? Some of you already have spokespersons already available. Other structures, agencies, call them what you like, don't. Either way, you as advisors need to prepare what we call a holding statement. What's a holding statement? Please tell me you know what holding statements are. No, you don't. Okay. Holding statements are the classic statement that you hear at the beginning of any incident, but actually doesn't say anything. Doesn't say anything. So the task I'm going to give you, second level, is can you write a holding statement, please? And so I want a holding statement from second level, and you'll be coming up here to give them later on. Okay, you'll have time to do that. Worried looks.
No, I don't do it.
Okay. Now, whilst the second level are thinking about that, all that has happened here comes to this, that the moment the CBRN team have been advised and it's been reported that we have an incident there, there are expectations. And the expectations are something like this. This is the kind of response that you would like to see. Okay? Here it is. The content, all the different services, all the facilities already there. It doesn't happen like that. It really doesn't. It takes a long, long time to get to that level. And in reality, on this scenario, this is what you've got. The first responders were 2 policemen and a police car. And they had to do everything. 4 guys. Yeah, you called in more police and you had 1 fire engine. But I need you to think, particularly the second level, outside the box on how you can improve things. Okay? So let's get on. You should already have Inject 14. And that's a question for the first level. So whilst the second level are drafting their holding statement, the first level should be responding to this. Okay? Clear? Good. Of course.
Yeah. Generate that we have that.
Yes.
Like is this like?
Okay, the organization is directed to stakeholder outside.
The holding statement is the holding statement is a statement to the public where you have to give sufficient information to inform them. That information will always contain when, where, what, how, not why, we don't know. So what you're doing, where it happened, who's involved. So be careful, because there are key things that you must not say in a holding statement. And in a holding statement, you must not say, for example,
We don't know.
don't start saying we don't know. Yeah, please don't say don't know. And
We can say we cannot exclude
What's-
something.
what was the gas?
Now we know.
Do you?
It's a chance.
No,
Do you know that?
We don't.
No, we don't.
How would you be confident to know that? Thank you. Has it been analysed? No. So therefore you don't know it. What you don't know, don't say. And please, please don't lie. Oh, everything's absolutely fine. No one, everyone can go back to doing what they're doing. No. You've got to be truthful.
It will be fine.
Everyone.
Why not? That you can say.
Plus, it should always be short. We talk about 90 words, 100 words, you know. It's a short statement. We don't want 3 pages of description. That comes afterwards. Sorry. Okay, so that's the second level. First level, you've got a question. What are these poor policemen doing? Well, whoever you've got there. Because you've got ambulance, you've got fire, you've got quite a lot there. Yeah, you've got quite a lot there now.
Oh, yeah, I'm writing.
This, I think most of this one you've already answered, to be honest. I think you've already gone through it. I might even just go to 15, just because I think this one you've already answered. Let's have a look. Out. Yeah. Look. Okay. Look, guys. First response, second response, you go to your own. I'm talking second level, get to your own. First responders, I think we've done this. You've been saying this all along. So let's assume you've gone through all these steps, okay? That's what you have to do. I think. Sorry. Oh, you go to the next page, right? It's automatic, it just jumps to the next page. 15? Yeah, 15.
Sto aspettando. Cos'è?
Good.
Questo è un po' al contrario, vedi?
Well, the police will very bad.
Oh, yeah. Metro
And it's for us this.
If you're gonna do something first, I look at it, it's huge.
I say next week. See, and
Give it simple.
In Madrid at the 17, basically falling to get back.
Don't spend all your effort trying to.
As soon as it's
Sorry. We need your report in the next month on and then there's small gaps that are involved later, but it's the topics involved.
I'm looking the one.
And the stage
The following meeting.
Okay, so you guys are okay doing that?
we were Irish.
Everything else on this man.
So you say, what's happened?
Where?
Where, as well, horse in the walls.
So in this. Questi
Yeah, the word I gave us is.
What is the original?
That's even level enough for me.
Una person was
I'm not.
Then that's followed by a by toxic smoke.
by the release.
Of toxic smoke. Toxic.
Beer, almond smelling smoke.
Toxic smoke. Drink water. Okay, there is. The versus is a little bit on this. At the scene.
So what can you do about it?
Okay, 24 morning. Passengers, and manage. We can take or manage to trade.
So you can
You have the resources just in the wrong place.
The station index symbol. Access to all the toxic or hazardous conditions. New line. Everything should do the hazardous conditions.
Information on the people.
Conditions. That's interesting. We urge the public. One second. The next one. We don't have to do it. No, sorry, that's not like tack. That's it. Less we speak, less we lie. No, you don't need to lie. I went to be right. No, it's very tough. No, we're right, it's fine. We urge the public to avoid the area. And get to allow emergency responders to conduct their work safely. We urge the public to avoid the area and public avoiding the area. To allow emergency responders to conduct their work safely. We are actively, next point.
But
Next point, no, you go.
no, it's a statement, but you know, it's a continuous thing, it's not as always. Okay.
You can identify the space. You're right, that's right. You're right. If you want.
Oh, no.
How can I?
Yeah, you want to. We don't add no information.
Okay.
We are actively gathering information.
I'm getting back to
More information.
about the let's say you can of the plan that was destroyed.
Providing you the exact coordinates of that location. We'll give you the coordinates. So the emergency updates as soon as possible. They are very fast.
Better stay away.
Now we have bullet points. Now we can create text.
Someone.
In okay.
There was also.
These are. You didn't do the bullet. No,
Not this.
I know, but it's an idea that the bullet points are the right point. It's okay. If it works like this, you don't need to like put it in pieces. Not when you write something. You understand what I mean?
Yeah, rough check. You are going to read the reports you get now tomorrow.
No, it's okay. I remember. No worries. No worries. It's okay.
No, I will raise once it's finished. Like, yeah.
I know. But when you use statement, or anything, point one, and then no, it's okay. That's good. Please, when you do anything, put it in pieces. And then, when you gather all your only when it's very strong, works like this. Oh, I see. It's all the gas, and then we gather. So we are getting this way. It's good. It's bad.
Maybe. We have a station. The station is proposed. No, that's it. Yours the public. That's not. That's why it's easier for reading. It's not better to wait. Yes, I'm just correcting. So that was it's not simply an issue. This is outline of the
I have to say, I wrote wrong percent, which is the one, I don't say like this. But the line, I'm not 100%. It's me, because I'm stupid. I'm a stupid. I'm a stupid fight. It's easy enough. Non lo so.
Eccolo.
Did I hear that right? Yes, it does. Oh, I'm honest. Yeah.
Potrebbero esserci delle
The information report. But I have maybe a full
Some delays.
The next one is
Check the.
you want to get it?
Okay, okay, we'll split the bit.
You want to hear it? So these guys are going to start.
Give it to me.
Let's listen. Let's hear what he has to say.
This is Red Team's holding statement. We are currently responding to a serious incident at Alucha metro station, which began at approximately 17:10. Initial reports indicate an explosion occurred on platform, followed by the emergence of toxic smoke. There are reports of multiple injuries. Emergency services, including police, are on the scene to assist passengers and manage the situation. The station is currently inaccessible due to hazardous conditions. We urge the public to avoid the area to allow emergency responders to conduct their work safely. We are actively gathering more information and will provide further updates as soon as they are verified. End of statement.
Up from the unusual voice. Thoughts from the other groups?
Yes.
Let's hear another version. All right. Read that.
So an explosion has been reported in the Alucia metro station in Madrid at 5 p.m. All the available resources have been mobilized to the event site and emergency operations are ongoing. People are asked to stay away from the area to avoid interfering with rescue operation. Investigators are not ruling out any leads at this time. More information will follow.
That's better.
You can hear it, can't you?
It's better.
Hey? That is very
voice.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, how are we doing?
Today, around 17 o'clock, a drone exploded in Alucha metro station in Madrid. The explosion caused the injuries of several people. We are working close with the emergency responders to assess the situation and ensure a safe and swift resolution. We will issue further updates as soon as we have more information. We inform you that for safety reasons, the Alucha metro station was closed. For this reason, there could be some drawbacks on the line.
What is the one thing that you should not have said?
I don't know, the difference between the two is just the word drone.
Thank you.
We use drone and they lost.
Good.
And we decided to use drone because there are already pictures about drone.
There may be pictures about drone, but it's not been confirmed.
And
And you do not give that information out because this is a crime scene. And we don't want members of the public knowing how it's been done. So do not mention the means.
okay.
Okay, that will come later. Who else we got?
Okay.
There must be another team.
I mean, we will take content with the works, but
Isn't there four teams? Second level?
oh, no.
No, only three teams?
Yeah.
Oh.
We can hear what the first is.
Yeah, we'll do that first one. Okay. This was my little attempt. Okay. Explosion without saying why. Don't go for the drone. Don't go for telling people what it is. Smoke and gas, we know about that. Emergency services are being deployed. Specialists, we're supporting it, okay? We're not to know what's been happening. As you said quite rightly, please avoid the area. Instructions for your safety, blah, 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 blah. And please verify updates through official channels. This is the bit.
It's the exact same one, but we did.
This is the bit that I like. Please do not share unconfirmed
Okay.
information on social media.
But we don't have, otherwise.
Because that is a big problem.
Yes.
It's massive. Now, it won't stop people from doing it. But please bring it to their attention that please don't do it. It's not a good thing to do. It causes more trouble. But well done. Well done, all of you. You guys are the winners. Okay? Absolutely. That was ace. So well done. So now. Yeah, let's go.
Yeah.
You were scared about Not bad, it's expected. No, it is. Great. You got a point? 16 pounds.
So this is one that will occupy the first level.
No, c'è qualcosa che non va. Cosa? Ah, perfetto, resti diventato, eh? L'action was ok?
Ma abbiamo già dato 17.
No, sì, il fine. Ho appena dato il sito, sì.
Ah, stai che scusi.
Sì, sì, sì. Per questo- No, perché ce n'era una fila che aveva
Scusami, eh?
c'era una che aveva
Ah, quello con le pompieri? Giusto? Questo?
Sì.
Ah, ok, scusami, eh.
This one, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, this one, right?
I was going to use, it's not difficult. Okay.
Yeah.
Seventeen 21, huh?
No, go fast.
It's not very long.
Ma questa è l'unica che era venuta dopo 15 minuti.
Ma there is stato un gioco questo Yes. About just for once we are right? We are trying to you might have to that you always advise for the advising to confirm and analyze the body. But the body is already contaminated. The medical team I'm not gonna give a fire. Fees for fire watch factor. That's why nothing. Say the explosion. It's clean from that's enough. I see that. Function people. So we got like no you know, we are hey. By the way, I'm not going to teach my class. Because of the board, like
Vabbè, abbiamo
So, non li advise. Dobbiamo pensare che sono collegati con Stavano qui, le cose di si fermano in magazzini nella io direi poi se anche studiare spiegare che c'è uno ci fanno anche guarda che non fare gestire la violenza perché mi sta dando panico e mi interrogano no non è che ci sta nel il caso dell'esplosione verso la recriminazione l'informazione automaticamente tu ti sai che questo questo cambia
Well, one more, I assume it's on the website now. Yeah, but.
Dobbiamo pensare che alla fine
They might say no. I think
Well, you'll finish before. You'll finish before science. Yeah, easily. So the first thing is, this event, finish meeting. We don't care. But in this case, now we have only a brigade for the event, okay? For this event, so the second event, step to initially, so we have 4 fire brigades in support. I have to take the 5 brigades from there on the first side to the second. Okay, but I have to know if the agents were okay, so I have to do the contamination and then we can put the 5 brigades from there. What was this? What was the gas? Volatile acid and okay, what was the gas? In a fraction. What was the gas? What was this gas? Nitric acid, fuselnic acid. Fuselnic acid. Yes. Reazione facilissimo. Ok. Molto bene.
Tutto c'è, materia, sono 17. Questa era pericolosa che essere spartata.
Yes, what is it?
No, fuori, questo è un
First responders, you ready? So,
Next one.
No. I want this.
okay. Come on, first responders. Come on. Let's hear from you.
Okay, so
You've got all the information.
okay, so we have okay, so we asked for a helicopter to bring the CBRN team at the orange area, smoke area.
Okay.
To bring them in here, because here we have all the equipment. Since the station, the fire department station is very close and they have all the equipment, so we can only transport the people and we'll be able to.
Okay.
Yep. That's the one, that's the key. Anything else?
About the. Yeah, about the dead bodies, we're just gonna leave them there.
Yep.
And prioritize the injured people of the snatch and rescue.
Why do you leave them then?
Because it's gonna be waste of time and energy.
Correct. Sad, but true.
That's all.
Just leave them there, yeah. Okay. Okay, what they came up with, which is, I've heard rumours, but finally they came up and they did it and they requested the use of the helicopter, was because I gave you the location of the fireman's actual base, which is how far from the metro station? By what? You can walk there in 5 minutes. Which means they have the equipment there. They don't have the people. The personnel have been deployed in Alcalá. So they said, bring in the personnel on the helicopter. And they found, where did you take off in Alcalá, where the smoke was? There's a football field right next to where the smoke was released, a little bit further out so it's not contaminated. So they could land and take off from there. And in the metro station,
There's plenty of space.
there's plenty of space. So they can bring the people very, very quickly. So here we have a very nice way of bringing people in. And they could, I don't know if they could land in the area there. I don't know if it's possible, but they can land very close to here and pick up supplement equipment, whilst the rest leave one driver in each vehicle to keep driving. You could theoretically do the same with what? You've got the fireman there, what else can you bring? Anybody?
CPRN.
CPRN. You could bring the CPRN specialist in. Okay, the problem is the equipment. If they've got something portable, you can do it. But you can't bring in a fire engine, for example, but you don't need to. The equipment is very, very close. So, there we go. We've got all of that. We're done with the bodies. You confirm the number of fatalities. And I hope by now, if not already, it should be classified as a mass casualty incident. That depends, and that's dependent on country to country. In the United Kingdom, if 2 or more emergency services called out with 2 or more vehicles each, it's mass incident. It just depends. So that's first level. What about the second level? What advice would you give the decision maker? So, come on, man, you're going to start.
We will suggest and advise the decision maker to start preparing a triage area outside the metro stations with the first responders equipped for dealing with potentially contaminated people.
Okay.
Because of the smoke. And then when the let's say firefighters will get into the area to bring any portable detector, because we are aware about some smoke. And if they have a portable detector, we can start doing some preliminary assessments of the reported smoke and assess if there is any casualties or victims, any possible correlation. So this could be something that we would advise to them to do when they arrive to the site, and to also separate the firefighters into different areas. So some to go in the upper area, so to stop people from getting down in the hole, and the others in the hall of the station to support the let's say the route for getting out of the station in a safe area, which will be then the triage. This is the suggestion.
If you've got a triage and you want to decontaminate someone, what's the way that you would recommend it?
With the instrumentation that we have, that could be the water, starting from the water, but we don't. This is why we were asking to bring decontamination, like the portable detector, so that we can assess what is the substance.
Let's assume that it's been, well, there's a difference here. When you get off your lovely truck, what sensors detectors are you carrying with you? You personally, typically.
Multi-gas.
Multi-gas. And multi-gas does what? Which?
Detects oxygen, oxygenless, HCM, LEN. And yeah, monoxide.
Carbon dioxide?
And
CO2? Does it detect cyanide?
I was there, yes, I was there. You installed it. It's
It's an addition, yeah. In the UK, the terrible twins, carbon monoxide and cyanide, they always have those. Every single on the earth. Every single one. We carry those. Italy needs to have a contribution from everybody so we can upgrade their multi-gas systems. It's a good suggestion, yeah. No, we do it a lot in the UK because we see a lot of burning plastics, particularly in houses. IKEA is a lovely company, but my God, the number of people IKEA have killed is incredible with the burning plastic. And so all our firemen carry that when they enter the buildings. So the assumption I would make is it's now cyanide. So knowing it's cyanide, how are you going to decontaminate these people? No one walks out, you've managed to get them out.
Just get them out.
Okay, they're out. Now what? How would you decontaminate someone who's just come through the cell?
Take off the clothes.
Take off the clothes, plus
Please,
No.
where do you get shower water from?
I think it's
Shower.
We don't know portable shower.
From the fire.
From the firefighters, yes. Okay. What is the problem with this method of decontamination? Impromptu decontamination? No, not at all.
No,
That's not. No, that's not. There's no.
What do you need the decontact?
No, there's no decontamination. No.
The dress of the people.
The dress,
After the dress of.
That's not the problem. What is the problem? Okay.
The pressure of.
I'm going to be exceedingly rude to you. Please forgive me. If I ask you to stand up and take your clothes off right now, would you do it?
Okay.
Of course.
No, I will not.
So this is the single biggest problem that you will face. People resist it. They really do resist it. And if we look at vulnerable groups, handicapped, pregnant mothers, certain faiths, they say, we can't. But it is your job, particularly as first responders, to convince them. Because if you talk to them convincingly enough and say, look, this is going to save your life, please take these off now.
Can we give them like towels?
You give them whatever you can give them. You do the best and say, look, we'll put males over there, females over there. What do you do with children? But it's about
Keep them with the mother.
we keep them with the mothers. And if you're going to use a fire engine to do a spray, which is a very, very good way of doing an impromptu spray, what do you do with the kids? Children. How do you do it?
Far away because I don't want it.
No, I'm not worried about that.
Hold on with them.
How do we get them through?
Hitting them with the mother?
No. Why not?
Because otherwise the contamination is not complete.
It's not
complete.
Yeah.
The contamination.
So how do you do it? We buy it's quite rubbing them manually or I don't. No. What you do is you find the nearest supermarket and you get a trolley. You stick them in a trolley and you push them through. That is one of the most efficient ways of feeding kids. And the kids actually don't mind doing that in some cases. Okay. But you understand the issues, okay? And it's important you understand these issues because they are the things in reality you will face. And when we had terrible incidents, so if we look back at the Madrid train bombings and things like that, first responders have learnt that they put up screens to get some privacy for the poor people that are injured. And that is something very, very important, to respect these people. They're human beings. I know it's your job to get them out, to get them clean and whatever, but do not expect someone just to take their clothes off just because you said so. It's very likely someone's going to refuse. In fact, they will. They refuse. A lot of people will refuse. And you've got to be convincing. And if you are convincing enough and lead them and they see others doing it and you say, look, you go over there, you go over there, then you can do it. But it is an issue. Okay, let's have a look at what I came up with there, just as some of the ideas. But I think you've covered all these. This is something that I actually heard as I went round, and it was kind of unwritten and unsaid, but it's something that you have to do. Those two policemen have what we call critical situational intelligence, which is a very fancy way of, I've seen what's happened. I can tell the arriving responders what the situation is. And that is key, absolutely key. And that has to work. And the way it normally works, now let me just ask you a question, I'll put it back to anybody on this one. The incident occurred, and we will need an incident commander, eventually. Who takes that role initially? Who's the first incident commander on this scenario? The policeman. The policeman.
Yeah, the older policeman of the vehicle, that's the.
That's the one.
And then when the fire truck comes, then it's a watch manager of the fire truck.
Yeah.
After they doing the debriefing, rapidly. And then it goes on and on.
Yeah. So the incident command will change. But that incident commander, as he comes in, he doesn't know what's happened. He needs a briefing straight away. And some of the best people to do that are the people that were there initially. Because they may have information that is no longer available. Someone who arrives later didn't see something. Okay?
Actually, in this kind of case, for example, the policeman, they will give the crucial information on radio, and the firefighters who are coming to the scene.
They already know
before they have the information. They will do the brief, yes,
yeah.
But they will give, and all the other units will. So that's absolutely, at least that's in Finland how we operate.
Yeah, no, you're right. They will have that information ready, but it's very, very important. So there was that. So second level. Woo. Back to you guys.
What do we have?
What do we have?
Go any further. You'll have to move, not that. So what's the advice?
Well, we start with advising the containment of the area for the further investigation. That's number 1 point. Carry on. Advise to bring back and deploy.
Slow down. Can I have that first one again? What did you say?
Advising the containment of the area.
What do you mean by that?
Separate.
Separate one.
What? See, we have the inner corridor and outer corridor. So they have it. But
Okay.
That has to be specified for the ground units. They know this already.
Okay. Next.
And then
It's rather operational, but
it is operational. It is, that's our rules. I want some lights on. And prepare to deploy several emergency units around Alcalá de Henares or surrounding, so we throw the bike chiefs on those areas. Because if this escalates, if there's like a secondary thing coming
So
on
we've gone back to Alcalá.
or surrounding areas. Surrounding areas.
Alcalá was where the initial incident was with the.
Exactly, but there will be units coming there, but also surrounding downwards, nearby this area or.
Ah, okay, nearby this,
But they have to,
it's a different part of Madrid.
exactly, they have to prepare to it.
Okay,
And also since this clearly exceeded the terrorist attack. Maybe.
wow,
Maybe. Yeah, so advice for,
terrible word.
yeah, maybe. So advice for requiring international resources.
International resources,
Yeah.
what resources would you require?
We have national resources. So sure. I don't recall the exact names, that's why we put it like waiting.
So, strip the coverage from Alcalá, absolutely, you're all doing that, so that's perfect. Call for mutual aid from,
Yeah.
that's exactly this.
Yeah.
Replace the missing fire crews, you certainly do. Because of the time, I suggested using the helicopter. Would you know what the guy said? So well done, that was very good. It was a good thing to do. You need to identify the landing pads, and if you look very quickly, you can see football field, and certainly near the station, there's a lot. And the fact that the firemen are housed within a few minutes of this location means all of that will work.
One question. I'm not fighting a scenario, but wouldn't these things happen automatically without advisory participation? Within the municipality procedures, in the fire department and the police.
They should do, but if you go back, you had to brief the advisor at the beginning that there was a resource gap because of the deployment in Alcalá. The logical step after that is there's a resource gap, we're going to move them.
Okay,
But operationally, that should happen on its own.
second.
But you need to make sure that the advisor knows that's going to happen, because it depends on regions who you can get access to as a decision maker and an advisor. And it's not always the first responders that can request out of the region another response. It may be from your country, it's not.
Okay, then we have differences, so.
We have different systems, yeah. What I'm trying to make sure is that you do it, but you're saying exactly what you said is what's up here. How are we doing? We're doing all right. I'm going to break a golden rule. 15 minutes break? Let's have 15 minutes break. Get some coffee, some nicotine, some water, some whatever. Okay? 15 minutes means 15 minutes, not 25.
Vabbè, anche una pesatrina. Sì, noi oggi sono le prese. Ah, bene, metti qua. No injects.
Sì, questo 17.
Sembra che ti senti in doppio.
No, li ho presi qua, basta. Basta.
Mandata in vedere. Non c'è, le battaglie c'è.
Abbiamo avuto problemi per pagare, alla fine siamo stati in live.
Qua vicino, sul piatto. Dove dovresti ci sta? No. Un po' wild, però un po' wild. No, ma la birra non era male.
Che birra hai preso?
Moro, foro, loro. No, no.
Borretti, no. Io vengo da Varese, dove c'è Borretti, non Borretti. No, sì. No, quello di birra. Insalate, non me lo posso dire. Ok. In realtà quando vedo questo insieme, quindi ora questo
Forse al centro, Gabri, bianco, i regionali.
Vedete quanti sono?
Perché a volte io sono, come sono in centro, non ci parto.
No, allora non gliel'ho dato, però vediamo se ci sta, che manca, ne manca uno. Comunque, credo dobbiamo aspettare che si siedano. Aspetta che si siedano, perché può essere che finito in qualche... Ecco, io qua ne hanno due, stanno insieme. Stanno insieme. Ah, birra Raffo. Ah, buono. Buono? Sì, è buono birra Raffo.
Bionda, rossa,
Sì, buona Raffo. Io ho
c'è
preso,
tutti i tipi.
sì, io ho preso il chiave. Invece a Varese? Borretti. Come va? Come va? Ma fate ogni tanto in Svizzera, andate in tasso? Sì, sì. È bello, là è vicino. Belle passeggiate in bici. Se ti piace andare in bici. No, mi piace fare questo. Non vado in Svizzera per quello, vado in Svizzera per comprare le cose che le mie mogli piace. No, vero. No, perché se... Ma lo sta no, 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 non è questione di costo. Il fatto che c'è, come si chiama questo centro commerciale, c'è un outlet, grossissimo lì. Che sta, cioè, oltre il confine. Sì, sì. Ma proprio in Svizzera, adesso Lugano. Ma non è in Lugano, fuori Lugano. Come si chiama questo? Cocktail. Mendelizio. E per shopping, sì. È tutto però è un prezzo onesto. Beh, outlet, perché con gli outlet hanno le cose che ho fuori stagione o però prezzi un problema di vendere. Cosa di no, no. Infatti ho preso quello lì. E pare piccolino. Non è una questione piccola, è tranquillo, molto tranquillo, però molto snob. No, è bello perché Varese è sempre stata per gli italiani transfrontalieri. Sì. In Varese ci andavano di lavorare in Svizzera, ma doveva pagare da noi meno tasse. Perché lavorare in Svizzera non aveva una Varese. Sì. Assurdo come negozio. Gucci, Armani. Ah, così proprio. Ma perché vengono dalla Svizzera. Dopo molti dicono, ma mai se fosse Varese? No, perché io lavoravo prima ad Ispra, centro di ricerca lì, con la scuola europea, che è a Varese. E a Varese, cioè, hanno figli o si va, vivono vicino a Ispra, però loro devono prendere un bus 20 km da andare alla scuola, presto, o io faccio quello in macchina e loro sono vicino. A questo punto ho scelto di andare. Ma non è male come posto, 100.000 abitanti, ristoranti, carino, un po' caro.
Un po' caro, sì.
Sì.
Come ci fanno già al nord di Carlo, Paese,
No, non è male come posto vivere, no? Non è... Non sono andato in pensione 8 anni fa, ho detto no, abbiamo guardato intorno, dove potremmo andare? Pensavo di spostare verso Como, che al lago di Como, anche a parte il costo,
Il fatto è che per
pieno di turisti
di carbone,
364 milioni all'anno, con gli amici che vivono lì, basta. Sabato, domenica, tu scendi, tu appartamento, ma è così, no?
arrivano gli autobus, navi, arriva un continui, autobus, io quelle volte che ci sono andato, non ci sono americani, una quantità di autobus americani che arrivano là, scaricano persone, se ne vanno,
prendono il traghetto,
pieno. E poi non capite, cioè non capisco perché è proprio diventato un discorso culturale, perché non è il lago più bello d'Italia. Non è il lago più bello del nord.
No,
È solo che è diventato un
sì, però con persone come George Clooney,
Esatto.
che è preso da casa
Però non
lì.
ci sta più, non è manco più la venduta.
Sì,
Non
però
è
il fatto
è
che
diventata
lì-
americana.
Sì, è carino in alcuni villa, però a parte di quello
Non c'è niente. Solo business.
non è così.
In Scozia che andavo mai.
Mia moglie va più spesso di me,
È bellissimo, certo.
però sì, abbiamo un appartamento in Glasgow.
Ah, in Glasgow, bello. Bella città universitaria,
Sì.
bella città universitaria. Penso che ha una grossa vita universitaria. Ci sono stato 3 settimane fa, per la prima volta. Sì, mi sono fatto tutto il giro in macchina della Scozia.
Ma dove?
E sono partito da Edimburgo, ho fatto Edimburgo, Dundee, Aberdeen, Inverness, Spinbridge, Isola di Scala, tutte Isola di Scala. E poi alla fine tornando a Stirling e ho girato tutta. In 8 giorni ho fatto penso 4.000 km.
Sì.
L'ho fatta tutta, sì. Ragazzi, guarda, a noi ci piace girare qua in Spagna, girare prendi una macchina, scopri il territorio, lo vedi tutto.
No, dai, vedi.
Guarda, tranne che il cibo.
Il cibo fa schifo.
Però detto da te, insomma, mi comporta.
No.
Che capisco che noi italiani magari siamo un po' viziati sul cibo,
A
però obiettivamente
me
mangiare...
piace il fatto che ci sono i posti indiani e qualcosa,
Certo.
mi piace quello. Ma cibo scozzese
Ma perché così tanti indiani? C'è un collegamento tra Scozia e India.
sì,
Ma hanno visto anche turisti, ho visto tanti turisti indiani,
loro piacciono.
tanti negozi di ristoranti indiani, ma tantissimi.
Si
Mi sembrava
trova,
strano come collegamento.
no, si trova anche a Londra, Manchester, altre grosse città.
Perché per esempio a Roma l'indiano non va così tanto,
No.
per niente. Per quello mi ha fatto strano. In Italia la cucina indiana molto più
È un peccato.
è un peccato, sì. Se ti piace è un peccato.
Sì. No, mi piace personalmente, però per andare a mangiare cosa tipica scozzese, lo faccio, quando vado lì lo faccio mangiare una volta, qualcosa scozzese come Angus, ma per il resto tutto grasso.
È pesante, esatto. È pesante. Fish and chips è pesantino. Fish and chips è pesante.
No. È un cibo da mangiare una volta. Ho
Esatto.
mangiato questo. Grazie, stop.
Esatto. Poi il full Scottish breakfast è impegnativa, è potentissima.
Sì,
non è una colazione.
è impossibile secondo me.
Non è una colazione, è un pranzo, ma avanza pure.
È così.
Sì, ma loro veramente lo mangiano tutti i giorni.
No, nessuno oggi. Solo i turisti.
Sono i turisti. Sì. L'Aghis buono, particolare.
Haggis è un
Particolare.
sapore un po' particolare.
È vero, un po', però tipico.
No.
Ho provato l'hamburger di cervo a Scozia, molto buono, non l'avevo mai provato, molto buono. Però per il resto
No, per il resto. Deep fried Mars bars. Pizza.
è vero, è vero.
Ma poi i pizzetti della
Vegetable. Parliamo delle culture.
Non c'è cosa
Non
c'è?
c'è.
In Scozia?
Ma proprio no.
Patate. Poi basta.
I broccoli.
Broccoli, sì.
I broccoli non sono dei broccoli.
Un tipo di broccoli.
Ma non sanno di broccoli.
Sì.
Cioè, hanno un altro sapore.
Sì.
Ho visto pure che le prendono da fuori. Perché
No,
tanto
le giure
non crescono.
no. Pesce fresco in Scozia è buonissimo. Salmone.
Il salmone è buonissimo.
Oh, fantastico. Ma per il resto, whisky
Non ci sta ovunque, ma a me non piace di
no, neanche io.
quindi
Ogni tanto, però non è una cosa che mi piace molto, francamente.
E poi piove sempre.
No, non sempre.
Ma molto più dell'Inghilterra.
Sì.
Cioè piove
Sì.
più dell'Inghilterra, non pensavo
Sì,
sia
sì.
possibile.
Oh, sì. Poi pioggia può essere orizzontale, non è tanto verticale. Con il vento arrivano così.
Infatti abbiamo preso un allarme medio e c'era un vento a 230 metri all'ora. Cioè, io era allarme la mattina così.
Sì,
Io guidavo e facevo così.
Stavi così, con il vento.
Però io mancava, e tutto il Regno Unito ho visto solo la sera. Manca tutto il Regno Unito, Inghilterra, l'Irlanda, Galles, non vedo l'ora.
Sono fatti migliori, secondo me, il livello di peso.
Mi stesso, non per il giro in Inghilterra, non sia solo Londra,
No,
alzo perché,
forse.
alzo perché, magari non proprio solo Londra, ma vediamo se finire un po'.
Infatti, Londra, sì, sono nato a Londra, però mi voglio vivere lì, il fatto che il costo troppo pesante, troppo veloce, troppo caro, troppo.
Vuoi chiamare gli studenti?
2 minuti.
Ok.
Dove siamo? 17. Ok. Cominciamo.
No, niente.
Sì.
Telefono dalla chitarra.
Time's up, guys. Come on.
Vado pure in macchina per finanza. Io no. Senti, tanto sto scendendo. Sì.
Oh,
I always like to be all my life. So I have to serve.
Okay, first level, you ready? Someone answer? So, all I get is a little smile from the back there.
That's positive, right?
Yes, that's all good. What actions might you take? No. Yes. You have to be, you go to. This is, this. I'm going to rent this out. This is great. I could make loads of money. Why?
I told in the background.
You manage? Yes. This one.
We
Oh, good. You ready?
Not because I just saw the.
We're going to talk to your people and come back.
Okay, okay.
Okay.
So that's.
So.
Brief answer.
Good. That's what I like. Okay.
Those who are not able to walk, will be just taking them outside the metro station where at least they can breathe some fresh air at least. And yeah, that's all.
You're going to take them out in the fresh air.
Yeah, at least.
Does any other first responder want to give a more complete answer than take them out in the fresh air? Hello, first responders. I need an answer. I can't reach there, you have to move. There's a limit to the microphone.
Oh, we have a picture and.
So you have to. The microphone. Okay.
So, we have an unconscious teacher
Okay.
and children.
Yeah.
And we have to bring children and to go away from there. Okay. And we also have a lot of injuries and also bleeding injuries. So we have to put the health of so full see. Rescue, yeah, the rescue services in the place, at the place. Okay. And
That's it, look,
that's it.
organiser, not going to live long, are they? We have someone from the back there.
Okay, like everyone said, but I'll include that prioritizing the children and the people who are to, yeah, that are in need more.
Okay? What we call the vulnerable groups. How do you prioritise the children?
First of all, like stop them from their panic. Like it's happening, stuff like grab them, get them outside, carry them out. Run down the floor.
What is the term we use for the prioritisation? Triage. Triage? What is special about paediatric triage? Paediatric triage.
Yeah.
What is special about paediatric triage?
If there are some adults with the treatment.
I think that there is a psychological part in the pediatric triage.
Very big psychological part, yeah. But also there's something very particular about paediatric triage compared to ordinary triage. Okay? Try a triage, a normal triage. How do you do it? What are you looking for?
No, I can answer it.
What is it?
You cannot leave kids alone.
Yeah, but there's something.
But as an adult, if he's okay, he's screaming and breathing properly, green, stay put. But with kids, you can't do that. You have to do something more.
Yeah, you're almost there. You're almost there. One little bit more.
Maybe it's something related to the life expectancy of the children because I mean, I don't know, for an adult, you have the red, the yellow, and the green code, but for the children, you have to try to save the life always, even in the case, for example, in an adult, you see that the situation is.
Can you turn that off? Whoever's got
Something like that. You have to try all the that you can to save their lives. In other cases, for an advocate, to see that the situation
is hopeless.
is no, you prioritize other people.
Right. The key in paediatric triage is the following: that in normal triage, you can ask someone what's going on.
Yeah.
And in fact, normally, it's fairly clear that not 100% at all, but the poor little person screaming their head off, hanging onto their leg, is probably someone we should go and look at, as opposed to someone who's just quietly walking. In children, it's the wrong way round. And you touched on it there perfectly. If children are screaming and crying, their lungs are open, the airway is clear, they're okay. They may have other issues. We will deal with that. And the psychological one is the big one. But they're not in a bad way. The one we want to look for are the kids that are very quiet, that don't say anything. Because they're the ones that are potentially in trouble. So just be very, very aware of that. It seems funny. It seems the wrong way round, but that's what you've got to look for. You've got to look for the quiet ones. And, yeah, emotional shock. It affects everybody after an incident. It affects children in a very, very particular way. So you may well need support for this. Okay? Vulnerable groups. There were children, but there was also a blind person. Not one of you mentioned this poor little man who was standing there, who is now confused and doesn't know where to go and what to do. But you have to be aware that someone may have a disability that is not always clear to you.
Yes.
So you've got to deal with them. There's no point in shouting to this guy, saying, come this way, if he's blind. He can't see. So take it with the care there. Look for the silent victims in children. Also, this is a crime scene. The moment that drone actually exploded, it was a crime scene. So try and preserve some evidence. Firemen, you do your best to put fires out, but firemen are some of the worst criminals ever for treading all over the evidence. They can't help it, they have to do their job. But do what you can. Okay? So far, so good. Let's hit the next one where you can both have a bit of fun to answer a question. These questions, as I said, they're not difficult. They shouldn't take you long. And they should be quite logical. So we are on Inject 18. Ta-ding! Thank you, Sabrina. You're really quiet. Just falling asleep or you're tired or you're thinking. Not even that. Okay.
Era l'ultima.
Okay, look at the timestamp. 1730. When did this explosion occur? 1707. So we have 23 minutes later. The fire engine hasn't got here yet. But you bought them. Okay, but we have lots of having speed. Okay. So you should answer this very quickly. It's not difficult. We're looking at it from the ambulance service point of view. Okay? Tell me when you've read it, because I want to ask a question.
What is it telling you? I share it with your family today.
Something that's wise.
Probably improvise device.
I'll show you the one in a minute.
Sometimes they put nails inside.
So, what is the problem on this? What should you know? What's the main issue? We will come to the mash in a minute, you're right. But that's not really the issue that I have here.
The last point.
Yeah, we'll come to that in a minute. What's this? Why does it take so long to get someone there? Okay,
It's all a problem.
no, look. The first ambulance survived 7 minutes, and it was 23 minutes before they could drive off. Why was it that long?
Because to establish the priority is not so simple.
No,
17 minutes.
Everybody went to the ambulance.
no, what's the issue? It's written up there.
Transportation of the injured patients.
No,
But
What?
it's critical.
they were critical. If they're critical, it means what?
The intervention.
Stability in field.
We need to stabilise them in field. That is, you've got to take your time. If you transport them too soon, you're going to kill them on the way. So that's that, okay? That's just a fact. That's not really the issue, but that is one of the big problems that they have with all of this. And you're going to come against this one in a minute. The next question is, where are they going to take them? Hospital, where? Where is the nearest hospital? I'm just asking. Where is it? Can someone tell me where the nearest hospital is and how long it will take to get there? Thank you. Excuse the internet. What's wrong? Nearest hospital. Not difficult. Which hospital is it?
Central the.
Central what?
It's
Il centro commerciale della Mangiata.
Ciamartin, della defensa, giusta.
Ospedale universitario from the ministry.
We need a hospital that has an accident and emergency unit.
Okay.
So,
So an hospital that is the reference hospital for in principle massive contamination. For example, in Rome we have Gemelli for So we know that every person involved in this kind of events, they have to go to Gemelli. So at this point, without any analysis of the gas, we don't know.
we've given you confirmation that it's hydrogen cyanide.
Yeah.
Yeah, we gave you that ages ago. You wanted the win.
We know if there is a reference hospital in Madrid for this kind of.
Well, you better tell me.
Maybe yes.
Please find out. But where is the first nearest accident and emergency hospital?
I would say we could take them to any hospital with emergency because we already did decontamination.
Where is this any hospital? I don't know where it is. How many?
23 minutes.
23 minutes. Okay, well, how long will it take to get there? Tell me how long it will take to get there. I need to know.
You tell me that's a hospital they can take us to, how long will it take to get there from the metro station? Or the port? There's no, I want to know how. You spent all day using the internet. 7 minutes. It doesn't take. That's not instance of the emergency department. No. Oh. Can't use that. Please look it up on the internet. Stop using these maps that may or may not show you what's going on. You spent all day using ChatGPT and the equivalent. Use it now, please.
The clauses.
It has to be an accident and emergency.
It's 11 kilometers.
How long will that take to get there?
Comunque c'è l'ospedale. Vai ambulance.
Yes.
Ci vediamo. Ormai si copre.
Are you gonna take a helicopter to the? No, we have ambulances. How long will it take? Good luck.
Also, around 50 minutes, 1 minute per kilometer.
You're doing very, very well in Madrid if you can do that fast, but
We can't take up to the
it doesn't have an accident emergency unit. It doesn't have an accident emergency unit open to the public.
We can't react inside.
Which is,
So.
we're talking of 20, 25, something like that. Now that's not unusual. Okay? So what does that mean?
You have to find something here.
Well, you can't just suddenly find a hospital that can cope. The hospital is the hospital. So what does that mean for these ambulance drivers?
50 minutes.
Right, the problem is they've got to go there and come back. And leave the patients there. How many people can they carry?
One.
Two at most. Just so that you are aware, when these resources arrive, they don't solve the problem. They're part of the solution. But the moment you put your people in and send them off, and you've already seen that it took 14, 15 minutes to stabilize people before you even moved, which means that ambulance is not going anywhere for 15 minutes. Before it leaves, spends 20 minutes going to the hospital, 5, 10 minutes unloading, 20 minutes coming back. It's a long time. Just be aware of that, okay? It's very, very important that people think you can just put the resources in and it works. It doesn't. Okay. What I was hoping to have is for the first response people, chemical exposure protocols should have been put in place. What are chemical exposure protocols? Please tell me you know what that is. Chemical exposure protocols, what are they?
Use of the
Yeah. Why did I put another chunk up there?
Because it's the disease.
What happened with the Novichok exposure? They weren't protected, so they contaminated everything. So at the end of the issue in Salisbury, they had to take £150,000 of vehicles and bury them in a big hole because they did not follow chemical exposure protocols. Your chemical exposure protocol is you do not put a potentially contaminated patient in an unprotected vehicle. Because if you do, you've just contaminated the vehicle. So we need some decon here, and or we need to protect ambulances. But what else has happened in the meantime? Because this takes a long time. We said 50 minutes or so to get the ambulance back. So what will people do? Go to hospital. They will go to hospital.
which means what for the vehicles that they're in? They're potentially contaminated. Okay? If you have a chemical contamination incident and people turn up at the hospital, you've got to stop them and say, how did you get here? I said, were you Uber? Well, where is it? Oh, he's just left. He's got to pick someone else up. It happens. It happens every time. So be careful about it, okay? As we have,
sorry, but also ambulance.
yes, you have to protect the ambulance. Yes, you do. Yes, you're absolutely right, you do. What they normally do is they put an extra sheet down which is disposable so they can take it up. It's not perfect, but it's better than nothing. They wrap the person in it to reduce the contamination in the vehicle.
Normally, the plastic tuna is available inside the ambulance.
Yeah, we can do all of these things. Yeah, this kind of thing. But you have to be aware of that. It's not just picking up someone from a road traffic accident and put them in an ambulance. This person may look all right, but could be contaminated. Okay?
So awareness also for the ambulances about the typology of the problem. Yeah.
This is the action. Absolutely. Absolutely. Need for oxygen and water. Why need for oxygen and water?
Because it's a blood agent. Gives you supply them with oxygen.
Yep. Oxygen is the biggest. Basically, if you get cyanide, you breathe it in, there's not a lot you can do. But oxygen is the key. Need to give them oxygen. And of course, we do need water for decon. So we need that as a supply. What about the second level? What advice are you going to give? Pointing over there at these wonderful smiling faces. Come on, who's going to come up? You've got all this information so far. Is there anything particular you're going to give? Or is it just how they've done it? Is there any particular advice? No. No particular advice. Yes.
Yeah, maybe we could pay a claim insurance for potential contamination of means of transport because
Which is what we just discussed. Nothing else. Okay? What about this then? Now, here you've already done it. You've said it already. But should you allow the use of private vehicles? So what do you do?
Update our holiday.
Okay. As advisors, you can advise that they don't use personal transport. Now, you can't do that initially, it's not possible. You weren't there anyway. But as time goes on, you could advise, look, this is not a good thing to do because it could create problems down the line. You know, centralize it. We will take you. Just wait. You'll be okay. Look, you're fine. You're not going to die. You know? Clear the access routes. I've heard this time and time again. It really needs to be done because the nearest hospital is 20 minutes or something like that. If we can clear these routes, we can get people in and out faster. What is regional surge staffing for emergency rooms? What does that mean? Surge staffing. Surge. You understand the term?
A search for additional resource in the region.
Yes. How do you do it? What's the pattern? There's a pattern that's typically used. There's a silence that's particularly. Yep. Yep. What we try to do is we have what we call surge protocol. Surge is like the tsunami. Okay. Suddenly you're going to get all these people coming in. One hospital can't cope because they haven't got the capacity. So what you do is you link hospitals together.
And that's the other hospital.
Yes. And they have their own protocol together, and the minimum is you have 3 hospitals that talk to each other. And when this is declared as a mass casualty incident, they should automatically switch into the protocol, which says one hospital, the one you designate to receive, should clear as much space as they possibly can in accident and emergency rooms. But to do that, they've got to put these people somewhere. So they move them to a second hospital because they say, we can move these out of the way, ready to receive. The other thing you're short of are staff. So you need nurses and doctors to come in to the hospital where you're going to receive. So you designate a 3rd hospital to give you that staffing, which generally means, and it does happen, that they close one hospital and say, look, we're not going to receive anybody at the moment. We cannot. And when you have major incidents like Madrid bombing, London bombing, this kind of thing, they close hospitals and they move the medical staff to where they're needed. And that is part of surge protocol. And that's your coming in here. So in Italy, in Rome, where's the hospital? Which hospital is it you take them to?
For nuclear and radiological is Gemelli.
Gemelli. Okay. So there will be links to other hospitals where they need people to go in or to move out if they have lots of people.
I think in principle, yes.
Yeah.
But I don't know the procedure.
I like the principle part. Yeah. Okay. In principle, yes.
But thinking about also moving medical staff to the scene to put worse in the administration phase, so that the ambulances.
Provide the state in locally.
It's the same also that we need to think about, and so we need to think about the 4th hospital.
It's not necessarily a full hospital. It depends on the health structure in the country whether you can do that. In the UK, that's what they do. They have the big ambulances to take people away, but they also have the fast response
In the scene.
who come out to the scene. Because if they can deal with someone there, look, basically all you've got is a cut and you're a bit shaken up. You don't need to go to hospital. That's how we call them the paramedics.
Yeah.
It's not like the American paramedic, but it's a paramedic who comes out to the scene. So we have those, and they come in small cars, and they do the first bit. It may be they say, look, I've helped, I can't do any more. You need to go to hospital. But yes, you can bring them in. Ooh, how are we doing? Good. Let's go around again. Let's have this one. How are we doing? Oh my God, we've got a lot to do, guys. So this will be very, very quick. I'm just trying to rush through because we've still got another number of injects to get through, and we want to finish today. So this is all about social media. And this is something that you've seen time and time and time again, I hope. So, and you understand what the response should be. Yeah? I hope you understand what the response should be.
In this case, important. Official report.
In second stage, is that for the
Second statement follows the whole. So you've got a second statement? I absolutely agree. Anything else? What about these things? Thousands gas, more bombs at stations.
Yes, the theory needs the first word to write down the name, so
we can
now. Later?
Long as it's done, once the names.
Maybe I can just ask them to write down all the names of the group.
No, it's not clear.
Not clear.
Not clear at all.
Okay, guys, so basically, there is a sheet, like the first page, we gave to you. You need to write down all the names of the components of each group. So if you still haven't done it, maybe you can do it now, and then we can collect the pages. Se faccio l'incanto?
We don't put that as long as it's.
You know what this means? You need to maybe something I noticed.
So, you've done that, yeah? I'm going to take 2 minutes. So, while you're writing, so first responders, what sort of action can you take? I'm glad you are. What actions can you take, first responders? Hey guys, quiet. Say again. Prevent the movie from entrance. Can you be quiet? Okay. What else can you suggest? What can you do, first responders?
Test of the rumors, after the 15 minutes, you have to get the legal briefing from the command about the accident to calm down, hold, and this of photos and all means that they download pictures, you can refer to the legal accountability to take the action later with the reminding. But the most important thing to stop the rumors that you have to make breaking meeting to give them about the accident.
Yeah. What can you do about pictures? People who are taking pictures and videos.
On top of that, we have legal accountability. For that, it's not.
Make attention to the news that
to ask also to know all the information on the correct catch task.
Yeah, but you've got people taking pictures and videos. They're standing outside the station. Yeah.
Just remove it.
Yes, you can.
Yes, you can.
It depends by the country.
You can. You can. Okay, you can and you should. And simply, the police should intervene. Because there's please, can you just stop taking these? You know, you're right. That's right. You cannot stop someone if they want to take these pictures. But you've got to try and make it clear this is not acceptable, particularly where people are injured or even dead. Okay? You've really got to, no, you don't come in here. Don't get the media in, for God's sake. You're right. Absolutely. They should not be anywhere near this. You've got to keep them out. And you keep them out with the one phrase for operational reasons. That's it. That's all you need. Nothing else. But you've got to tell them. If you don't tell them, they carry on. You'll be surprised how many people will actually, if you face up to them and say, will you please stop taking this image? No, it's not right. Please don't do it. People will, they tend to back down. If you authoritatively actually say no, if you say, well, I can't stop it anyway, they're going to do it. And we get these issues. Where was this photo taken from? Japan, yeah. It's nothing to do with it, is it? But unfortunately, that's what happens on there. So what we have is, it's not just about privacy, it's effectively security. So you really say no. It spreads panic, triggers copycats. So you need to assign police officers to actually get out there and say no. Second level? Second level advice? Anything? Anything particular?
Prepare a second.
Thank you. It's about time that we had a follow-up from the initial holding statement, because there's been a bit of a vacuum. We need more information, okay? Or at least the spokesperson needs that, which means you guys need to prepare it. It may be you just prepare the bullet points and hand it over. Someone else is going to do the speaking. That's fine, but you have to prepare them. This one we've heard from already, yet we can have a look at trying to stop the outreach of these. But this is the key here, anticipation. If you anticipate what the questions are that people are going to ask and you already prepare the answers, you're halfway there. Which means second level advisors, you have to anticipate what you think is going to happen and what you think the questions are going to be. And they're going to be, what happened? Of course it is. Someone wants more details. We've heard about drones, chemical weapons, explosives, whatever. Is it safe? A classic. Am I safe? What should I do? Hide? So you need to draft provisional ideas, okay? Issue clear timestamp statements. Keep those statements coming, okay? Good, good, good. That was easy. I didn't want to spend too much time on it. What about this one? This one little issue. It won't take long. So second level. Where's the answer to this? What is it? Oh, you need the inject. Sorry. We need the inject.
Oh, sorry.
It's getting hot.
Yes, but
Yes, but.
Those problems are there.
Ci mettiamo il turno. Mettiamo il turno.
No, but we can for it. That's fine. What the Minister of Education is not about this.
Yeah.
But not, no, business was the solution. But see, I'll say there is one. This would go the same bracket with the stainless where giving the space public. Entrambi, uno in sito e uno I want to buy this car.
So what are you gonna do? Your guys,
Yes, and this is young, because the company is sticking outside. Not trying
That's what I heard. Excuse me. I mean, is it not clear?
Lunga lavazione.
We have this just
Ja, rest is, I mean, we will form when we have more information. Oh, that's fine.
Okay, so we will hear from this group first.
No, no,
Oh,
we're not ready.
no, you are.
Is it difficult? We are just discussing.
No, I don't want to discuss. I want to just. No, don't give me this. Sit upon.
I'm not gonna go that way yet. Let me talk to one first. We're not ready. Sorry. We're not ready. We need to discuss more. My apologies. Group of advisors. It's too obvious
It's too obvious.
that we didn't go on the right path. I think that was a big deal about it.
Okay, listen up, listen. What do you suggest?
So we suggest to provide a dedicated contact point, a phone number or an email address to manage the information with the families of the children, and to identify a person on site that will collect information on unaccompanied children if they were alone, and also to inform the hospitals to contact this contact point, to inform the contact point in case of receiving unaccompanied children at the hospital, so that we know that probably they could be those that were in a school trip in the site.
I know you guys agree, because you guys said the same.
Yeah.
So now you know what I was hoping for.
Exactly. Advisor, how high level, or level this goes? I can disagree on this one.
This,
Because it's not the advisors, sorry to say,
no.
how I see this.
Yeah.
So how I see this kind of stuff goes way lower than our advisors are operating. That's my opinion.
Okay.
My humble.
When you have such an incident, yes, and we're only having a few people hurt here, but when you look at when they have hundreds of people injured with a lot of children, it really does kick in. And the reason they do this is very simple: political. It's nothing to do with operational. Sorry, but it's a fact.
We'll discuss later on.
We can discuss later on, but they do provide and make sure that someone has that responsibility. But the key is not just appointing someone. The key is what you said, that there's communication between the hospital and someone else, because we want to make sure, and this is an English phrase, that you don't fall between two stools. We make sure that everybody is looked after and we know where everybody belongs. So you might have unaccompanied children. In fact, you will have, because they were on a school trip. They are unaccompanied. So we've got to deal with that situation. Now, we can argue all day long whether it's this level or that level, but it's something that needs to be considered. And if I can call it operational aspect, I don't want to use the term operational because that sounds too much like first responder, but the need for someone to control overall what is happening and who has been hurt, who's gone where, is not the job for the first responders. That goes up. This is part of that, which comes back to what you quite rightly said. You need that communication between the hospitals and someone. Now, We can argue all day whether it's an advisor or someone from the first response or some. It's not a typical fireman or policeman's duty to do that. That's what I'm saying. It's going to be someone, and in the UK, we will have a social worker who will be appointed by the government, because that's what they are. They're the people that go to houses when they have problems with children, or dare I say it, husbands beating wives or whatever it is. They have these social workers that go and try and mediate. They are the kind of people that they will be brought in. They're not appointed by the responders. They're appointed by advisors.
It's a mechanism in UK, I know for sure.
Yeah.
That it's a mechanism which automatically goes on with these kinds of things. It doesn't, the order doesn't come from up.
Okay.
It's like a fire chamber.
Okay, I'll accept what you say.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So where's the advice here?
Well,
That's the question.
I still say that advice is an advisor role of one form or another.
Okay.
Rather than a first responder role. I don't have any access to these people in the middle, liaison officers we call them. But they don't work for the first responders. They're independent. I don't know. Do they even have, in Italy they must have.
Say again to me?
In Italy, do you have liaison officers that do this kind of work? You must have. There must be. Okay. Forgive me then, it's a very British thing.
I don't know, it's good. It's different kind of use.
Okay, so then I come to this one. And you're going to argue the same on this.
We have non-protected agent.
I'm going to give it to you. It's the same argument. This is about the this one really does come back to the advisor. Yes, there's good reason for it.
If we have a dimension, false, the bracket of the then they have a second line
That's not my last student station, but
Numbers are important. What's important How do you do it? What's the advice? But you want to because I think we are with the just for the tools, but here we change it. That's a good English. Always has.
Okay. Right. So, are you okay to give us? Hang on, I'm back around here again. Come on. So let's this up.
So two of the main problems are keeping in contact with the Chinese embassy in order to manage the transfer of the body of the person, and to find a translator who's able to communicate with the other tourists who are seeking for assistance and information.
That's good. Thank you. Anything else you want to add? There's a shake of the head. No? Okay. I'll agree with the embassy, absolutely. We'll come back to the embassy. Where do you find an interpreter?
In embassy.
Okay. Is there anywhere else you might find one? University is one. Anywhere else? Come on, no. Say it.
The Chinese area of the city.
I don't know why you're not. Keep going. Keep on that train of thought. Keep thinking about it. Come on. Chinese city.
Community in the.
Yes, and what do we have?
Chinese
Every. Thank you.
Chinese restaurant.
One of the things that you can actually do, what you can actually do is use the Chinese restaurants. It sounds stupid, but when you have linguistic problems where you require very quickly someone, and you say, well, formally we would make a request to the embassy, and they will supply it, but it takes time. It's not instant. You need someone on the ground now. One of the beauties is that we have a multinational, international community in a lot of major cities, and Madrid's no different. Therefore, there is nothing wrong with saying, okay, let's find a contact in one of the Chinese restaurants. What's also beautiful about using a Chinese person in Madrid? What else are they likely to speak? What language? Spanish. In which case, we've got the two languages we need. Okay? So yeah, don't think that suggestions are silly. I want you to think outside of the box. This is where you can grab these ideas, okay? The major issue is the fact that one of the persons at the bottom of the stairs was one that died. So we do have the need to inform the embassy through the official foreign affairs channels, okay? That has to be done, and that is absolutely the role that you will undertake as advisors, to tell the decision maker, this is what you have to do. You have to go and make the contact. You have to work out with the police and the forensic units, remembering the fact that this person died at the scene, which is a crime scene, means almost certainly there will be a post-mortem. There's going to be delay in delivering the body. So all of that has to be respected. And you have to ensure that there is a dignified handling and not a premature disclosure. How is there premature disclosure? How is there premature disclosure of a dead person? No. What's the means by which there is a premature disclosure?
It's the parents, the family that they know about the fatality.
How do they know about
it? And so on.
By what?
By the TV and the
Thank you.
media.
Yeah, it's the media. It's social media again that takes pictures of people that have died. And unfortunately, we have documented cases of parents and families finding out that their spouse or their sibling have died in another country through social media and the news before they were informed. And so we try to stop that, and that's one of the reasons why we push hard to get police to stop people filming. Not just taking it, stop, because this happens. Okay. You, as advisors, have to prepare for issues concerning the repatriation of the deceased. Okay? That all has to happen. Woo, you're nearly there. You're nearly there. But I'm going to add something else now, because
We like to. So we've got this.
Io quello che direi è sempre che la sicurezza, il drone posso. Like dropping There's still. The ranger is not. It's a crash. Well, it's approach the end, it hits some wires and crack. Wires of the train. So probably the intention of how to, but the operator.
Yep. I think that's true.
The intention is probably true now. Okay, so. It gets 310. Okay, so there's that sample of with those things I should do this here and push it.
That's your advice.
I'll help you with that. No, just inside there are I don't know what's going on. We have both quindi non è che serve la la priorità qui c'è gli assetti sempre Okay, but sorry, the security team has the location. It was yes, but then the wires.
Yes, but
You know where it is? Science. Yeah. It's fine.
senti il passato di
Yes.
Praticamente la spina di loro e fa anche infatti per una partenza famiglia e
Yeah, I'll give you 5%. 5%. That's better. Okay, guys. Let's listen up. So, the first. Talk quietly, not yourself, please. First level, what are we going to do?
First level, second.
Oh, second level, sorry. What are we going to do? What's your advice?
First, clear the area.
Clear the area. Okay.
Perimeter, safe distance for
Okay.
the device.
Is that advice to a decision maker? I don't think so. I think that's an operational command for first responders, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I mean, give that order to the first responders. Tell them to keep a safe distance from the area.
What's the problem? You're saying keep a safe distance, okay? I might accept that, but what's the problem?
Problem is the second door fell down and there's a pipe from the broken half.
Yeah,
So that's hazardous.
it is.
Yeah, and you have to stay away from that.
We have to stay away. I'd agree with you. But what's the problem with telling him to stay away?
maybe explode that.
Well, it must be. Yeah, but what's the problem there physically? Look at it. Look at the location. What's the problem?
Close to the streets, the roads.
It's close to the other one. So we're already got all our people doing the work there. Now you say clearly. It'll be difficult, that.
Yeah. You have to do something fast.
We have to do something fast. Yeah.
So the first response that. Safety comes first. We have to.
I like that. Safety comes first. Right. Who's next up? Do we have a first responder? Come on.
You're nearly there, guys. Come on. On there. Right.
Because this is just a previous incident, of course, already CBR team.
Yeah.
We need to secure that place first, because of course have people there and send CBR team to figure out what kind of, because have smoke going out also there. Then we will secure the place until once they start to finish from that incident to send forensic team.
We've got a lot of work to do on the other one, yeah?
Yeah.
What sort of distance do you want to be away to secure the area?
Depends on what did you see from that picture.
Well, give me an estimate. What sort of distance?
Like what kind of threat?
The distance that you want to be away from this drone crash site. You said secure the area.
Yes.
What, 1 kilometer? What are you securing?
Because it's already complete.
What?
Yeah, like you need like minimum 800 meters.
800 meters. Have you seen what 800 meters would be on this map?
So we'll be outside the box.
Be outside the map. Yeah.
Can estimate from the explosion of the 51. No. Yeah. Can empathize that.
Okay.
Two drones are the same.
Okay. Use that extrapolation. Therefore,
Comparison and
Therefore, something like more or less 100 meters.
so we've got 100 meters now. We've come down from 800 to 100. So that's a good start. 100 meters is already covering the whole of the incident.
30.
I don't know the real distance, but less than 100 meters.
I think that the drone crash, so there is not the explosion of the material, the outside materials. So we have drone crash due to the wires. So and we don't have the relaxing a substance to the air at the moment.
Correct.
So we can we can sense the CPI and the control without a great distance, security distance, maybe, I think.
Can you?
At the moment, we have three.
We can also advise to send a bomb squad.
Okay. What do you think? Right. Hang on. I'm going to come back to that in a sec.
What is this? What is this broken pipe?
IAD.
Yes.
Yeah.
But this is not the explosion, because we have the crash of the drone, the explosion of the
Or probably it's not completely exploded the main charge.
So it didn't go off.
because we have because we have the metallic plants inside.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, it's not the explosion.
It's not explosive. Do you agree?
No, it's explosive, but there is not the explosion.
No, there's been no explosions. I know that. No explosion. Therefore, please don't send your CPRN team in there. Who do you send in? Bomb squad.
Yeah, KD and CPR.
Yeah, the bomb squad are going to come in first. Absolutely, the bomb squad. I don't care about. We can have a look, make sure there's no nasty chemicals or whatever. But the bomb squad have to get in there first. Our problem is its location, because ideally we would like these 800 meters, 100 meters, 200. These are the kind of distances they recommend in all the books. The reality is we can't do it. So what can you do? Come on, please think.
Find some obstacles.
You want to move it? Please don't.
Find some obstacles, take some place to go behind that. This is a standard, let's say, distance. Safe place
Yeah. Keep going.
behind the wall or something, I don't.
Yeah. Basically, you've got to try and protect everybody else. So what can you do to protect? What sort of things?
They have this container that you can put an ID inside of this.
And you suddenly got this container that appeared.
No, they have it actually, the vault one, they have those.
Yeah. They're not likely to do that initially. They'll bring that up, but what will they do? You're right. Yeah, if we can use a robot, we will. But what do we need to do very simply first? Yeah, we build things, we shoot. What sort of things do they use? Sandbags are classic, yeah. They have a variety of different objects they can build around these things, and they will try and shield this off from everybody else, because you cannot deal with an incident here and then have this go off. You've got to try and calm that down as much as possible before we deal with it. As far as we are aware from the images, that's still live. Okay. So, let's have a look. Number one, first responder, treat drone as live. Yeah, it's a live hazard. Establish an exclusion zone. I absolutely agree with all of you, what you said. The problem is how far and how do you do it? Okay. Realistically, the only way you can do that is to bring in the bomb squad and get them to do the work. Okay. Now, consider preempted road closures. We've got a blooming great road on here. Close it off. The last thing you want is to be driving up and down in there. So you've got more things to think about. Okay. Consider the other issues at the station. Right, second level. What else did you come up with? Anything, or is that enough?
Also to forensic squad to define how to gather the proof.
Absolutely. And what do we want to actually prove?
That is the same drone.
Thank you. Yeah, that's the one. We would like to know they're the same. And in fact, bomb makers leave their own signatures. They're very, very clear on these. So we can get a lot of information from them.
Something else was activating drone radars. So maybe a third or fourth.
Yeah. Activate drone.
I mean, it's not gonna happen again. And there's different ways of detecting drones and snipers.
Okay.
There's different ways.
It's possible. It's possible. The only thing I would not advise, unless you're very, very careful, is to put another drone on top of that one. Flying drones on it, not a good thing to do, because it can trigger sometimes these incidents. Okay, second level. I came up with, and they're just my thoughts, you need to balance the forensics detail that we want with safety. Safety has to always come first, okay? But we would like to know really where it came from. You, as a second level, have to prepare now extra contingencies. You have to think further forward. Because you've got the incident, the explosion, the gas production. Now we've got another explosion potentially. So what impact would that have if it was to explode? Probably not a lot, but you need to think about it. I would, if you haven't already, I would really get involved with national intelligence, because this is getting quite nasty. 2 potential explosive drones, some kind of chemical weapon. We don't know really how that happened, but it's there. And of course, the big one, your political leaders, because they're going to be in the firing line on this. You're almost finished for this day. just bear with me. This one, I will give you the injects, but because you effectively already done it, we can just talk through it, okay? So we save time.
I thought that was.
Keep them out, please. Sorry.
One step.
One step. Thinking ahead. So. Basically, what we have here is a small video that comes on the internet that almost certainly was generated by AI. We don't necessarily know that if you're viewing the video.
Why is broadcasting every television and the biggest thing? That's not very effective.
In this case, obviously, it's not in the managing of the emergency, but further activity or intelligence. Try to follow the people that put this information in the net. To understand that, let me explain. Okay. This misinformation should be part of terroristic attack, in this sense.
Almost certainly this is put out by some idiot. Who's nothing to do with it.
Yeah, probably yes, yeah.
The problem is, you have to deal with it. But you deal with it in the usual fashion against social media. But we're going to see, and we see these already, we see more and more of these. They're no longer recycling old photographs from different explosions, different incidents. They're generating their own that are brand new. And you look at it, my God, that was the centre of London. It's just blown up. No, someone just created this at home and put it out there for fun. What you need to actually do is make sure you trace them back if you can and prosecute them. Prosecute them hard. And this is where new legislation is going to have to be brought in many countries to actually deal with these kind of incidents. Okay. I don't want to spend any more time on this because it is what it is. Okay. This one, which we will, I'll give you the next one. We're doing all right. These are the last things. These are things. So, which one's the okay? I don't want better to set what
So you use that. Maybe we need to go Però
Yeah, it's only first level. Okay, okay. Don't leave through it.
Okay. First level, what's the answer? What's the answer, first level? There's nobody from first level. I think they've all disappeared suddenly. Hello.
the speaker, really.
Come on, speaker, what's the answer? Someone give me an answer? What do we do with this? We've been through it many times.
Activate mass casualty protocol. Check on everybody at the entrance, 3H at the exit. Control cell. Nothing to do with the traffic.
But ambulances are delayed due to traffic congestion.
Okay, prepare for the city. So 3H outside, create the take on. Every of the things are protocol.
I accept that. I can't get them there because there's too much traffic. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you clean the roads?
You have to. You have to.
You have to.
Okay. And in major incidents, they do. They really do. They respond and clear these areas. Okay. Right. This one. Oh, sorry. Okay.
You can say the application.
That's what it is. Why are you ready?
Yes.
I'm curious. Okay. First respondents, what's the answer to this? What do you think?
Just spread out the information to the other police.
Spread out the information and
Look for them.
and come on, keep going. Come on, keep going. What else do you do?
Keep it on investigation. Activate the specialized investigation.
Yeah.
Like,
And?
communication.
And how do you find the car?
By the plate number.
So therefore, what do you activate?
Search for other media and evaluates the other information.
ANPR, yeah? Automatic number plate recognition.
Yeah.
Yeah. You use these kind of things, yeah? I mean, I know you say, oh, it's easy, but I want to hear these things. That is the kind of thing you will do to try and follow this guy, because he's our only lead we have. Is there any advice that you might give? Maybe there isn't. I mean, there's not advice for everything.
Not at all.
Oh, clear.
Second level, any advice you might want to give?
This was the real face of land in 2005.
Yep, it was.
They were captured after the exam of disease.
Correct.
Information on possible subjects
Yep.
so that everyone can communicate if they see the possible subject. And
So who are you involving? The
Intelligence.
Yeah. It's absolutely key that you're talking to intelligence services and briefing them about all of this, because it's this kind of job is heading towards them more than just a standard police operation. That's all. So what I would have is direct intelligence services. They need to look and see if we've got any information. Maybe they've got information on profile, on databases. I don't know, but they need to do this. You need to balance priorities because you cannot afford to take too many people away from responding to this, dealing with the unexploded movement and all of these things to say, let's start looking for someone, but you've got to put someone on it. And that's why the intelligence services are very good, because we haven't used them yet. So let them do it. This is the key one for you as advisors. The political leadership have to be very, very aware of this. And the reasons for this is the horrible word of terrorism. Luckily, it hasn't been used much today, but is this an act? Is this a terrorist act or is it not? And that is always an open question, although there are absolute definitions of terrorism. And in fact, this doesn't fit it, but that's by the way. Okay, let's kick to the next one. And I'm going to tell you who the people were. Here we go.
Twenty-seven.
No, nessun terrore. Non ci devo due, io. Io ho dato il volo.
Cos'è la indicazione? This guy's real. He's in prison. He did do these acts. So the real broken. All right, we were backwards. Second level. What's the advice?
Alert the anti-terrorism.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Anything else?
We have to increase the alert level for the pack.
Almost certainly that will come up. Yeah.
Yeah.
This is very common thing, even though it's useless. Yeah, but you free station.
That's what they do. That's exactly what they do. Yeah. First level. Do any first level left? What actions might you take?
This is chat here.
Yeah. Any actions you might take? What must you do? There's something you must do. It's very important.
Communicate.
Operational security. This is key for you. Okay? We don't want any escalation. We don't want people getting too carried away with this. This is not your problem. You say, look, excuse me, I've got a job to do. I've got to do this. I can't sit here and discuss whether we like this guy, whether we want to arrest this guy's already in prison, or whatever. The fact is, you are there operationally. You need to continue your operation. It's not over yet. You're still clearing up one incident, and now we have the other drone, which you have to deal with. Okay? So avoid any political pressure, because there will be. Oh, can we reopen the train line yet? These are the things that happen. No, you can't. Not until we've dealt with it all. Okay? You guys, it's internal security. Extremists. Now, this one is an interesting one, the bottom one. Is this considered to be a threat? It's not a treat, it should be a threat, not a treat. As foreign hostile influence, because it was very pro-Russian, is this a support for Russia? Or is it just local extremists saying, well, you know, this guy is whatever? Because this guy, with the incredibly long name, was put in prison because he sent these packages to all of these people. And he did. And he is in prison. And he did it because he wanted Spain to stop providing weapons to Ukraine for the war. So effectively, he was, you could say he was pro-Russian. You can argue that point. But we have to be very, very careful. Is this more Russian influence that's happening? Or is this just some group that says, come on, we can do this? We honestly don't know. Okay? Next, let's go. We're nearly there. We're nearly there. Time is that. Yeah, 2018. So it's 2018, which means all our resources that we had tied up in Alcalá de Henares have all been moved. Anything we needed is there. So we have everything, okay? Post-traumatic stress.
Isn't only the
First responders, they suffer from it. This is so it can be caused by any trauma. If you were children, some of the
Let's make us fair.
So he pleads for first responders. First response to this?
You bring outside that pistol, first aid of to calm them down, calm them down.
Okay. Recovery, yeah. Should be. Anything else? What do you need to do at the end of this? Who comes in after the first responders have left? Who's the next team in? Forensics. What's important with the forensics? Yeah. What's important about the evidence taking? And what does that mean? Properly taking. Thank you. Chain of custody. Yeah, that's what I'm looking for. Chain of custody. You all understand that? Yes. Nod your heads. You all understand chain of custody?
Yes.
Good.
But you ought to receive the packet until it been delivered to the lab.
Okay, good. What is the problem with the chain of custody here? What is the problem with the chain of custody here?
Well, several entities, I think.
Yeah, no, there's one problem, CBRN problem, or CBRN.
While they contaminating the evidence, it might be.
Could be. There's an even simpler issue. No. What is the material? Thank you. We still have explosive material.
Yeah, remove that explosive from here. But it's approved.
If you remove the explosive, it's no longer fitting under chain of custody.
No, but before you have to take all the photo, picture, measure of the area, etc. But safety first.
Okay. What happens when material goes to court as evidence? What happens to it afterwards? Typically, almost every time. If you have a drugs bust, what happens to the drugs afterwards? They're destroyed. They're destroyed. Yeah.
No, finally, at the end of
at the end they're destroyed. Yeah. We had a case where we were in Georgia, and the material that was seized was actually uranium. And the judge insisted he brought it first into the courtroom, which we refused to do. And secondly, at the end of it, he said, I want it destroyed. They don't understand the issue with CBRN. CBRN materials are very, very particular. And so you're right, all you can do is photograph, size and report, because you cannot have this material report into court. We can't have the actual explosives delivered in front of the judge. It's not going to happen, okay? So you have to think about chain of custody and how it's going to work. And there are extra steps. You can say we have taken samples, and from those samples we have ascertained that this is an explosive of this type, this kind of thing, okay?
But commonly, if there's not more ignition device, the explosive is safe. Must be taken into.
You can never say it's safe.
Yes, but the sample you can.
A sample you can. A sample I would agree. That's why you take a sample, but you can't take the whole thing. But under a normal chain of custody, you're not allowed to do that. This is the problem.
So it's very, very careful. CBRN material is a big difficulty. Okay, this is the one that we will discuss another time, but this is the bit that is important for advising, because at the end of the day, at the end of this day, the first responders go home. They've finished their job. They've taken off all the people to hospital. Please, they've gone to hospital. They've made the place safe. The forensic team have been in and taken their samples. Everything is happy in that sense. But the next thing that's going to happen is we want to reopen, and there will be huge pressure to get these lines running again. And you, as advisors, could be asked to give advice to the decision maker at what moment is it safe to open and operate. So it's a bit of a strange thing for you to do, but it's your job. You have to give the advice to the decision maker, because he doesn't know. He's not the technical expert. You are. So you have to decide, yeah, everything's fine, it's clean, we can go. Restructuring, rebuilding here, or whatever it needs. Up we go. Okay.
Next one.
There should be one more. Yes.
About the gas inhalation issues. Not necessarily a need for a follow-up.
Yeah.
We didn't get a president.
I've skimmed over this, counselling, especially for children, follow-up.
It includes also.
It's something
not only physiology, but also
a whole big medical, particularly people who are severely injured. That's really something to follow up. Almost there now. As the second level are the people with all the brains, supposedly, they can answer this question. Okay, so we are now 1 week later. Okay, let's assume the trains are running again. Let's assume everyone's happy in that sense. A week later, and yet there have been no arrests. Okay. There is pressure on the government, of course there is. Also, many people are reluctant to travel on public transport, particularly metro, and you can understand why. So what advice would you decision makers give? You advisors, sorry, to the decision makers about these issues. Investigations are still. That's the advice.
Prevent future events.
So what are you going to do?
Perform, for example, some net to prevent drone attack.
So maybe announce the police presence at the station.
Almost certainly you need to increase police presence. I always do this after the event. And they say, oh, we have increased presence of police on the streets because this young boy was stabbed, which happens in London every single day. They put the police on the streets the day after. No one thinks of putting the police there the day before. But
And you mentioned that on the statement we will go away, but if we've done this,
yeah,
prevent more stuff.
Yeah. This is the kind of thing. Now, you remember in a CBRN incident, the first responders come in the moment things go bang. The second level advisors don't. They wait until they're called in. However, when the incident is considered to be closed by the first responders, the advisors carry on because we've got recovery, we've got all those issues, and we've got this kind of political problem to deal with. Yes. Okay? So what did I write there? Yeah. Maintain public confidence, public briefing, social media, all these kind of things. Visible security measures. You put police. Visibly scan for drones. So you bring out your anti-drone team and you make it very visible. People should see that because they feel more confident that you're doing something about it. Okay? So, one question. How do you make hydrogen cyanide? How do you make hydrogen cyanide?
Starting from cyanide salts, from potassium cyanide.
And
an acid.
an acid. It's very, very simple. Cyanide, salts, and an acid. It's a very, very exothermic reaction. Heats up very fast. And it's not something you should do. This one was probably set off remotely. And what we will have is this is hydrogen cyanide being produced here, by the way. The powder of the sodium salts, we have some acids and we have potassium permanganate, so we want to accelerate this a bit. And we've got the rest of this system, which is just a detonation system to set it off. However, you could do this by just pouring the acid straight onto the salt. So it's very simple to do. So the explosion occurred on the drone in the metro up on the platform. But the gas appeared down in the station. So where was the gas produced? To give you a clue, this is a photo from the station. There it is. So these are the stairs they come. You can see where you go up. You see the red thing is the roof outside. And you come down the stairs or the escalator. You come down the escalator, then you go up there and out through the gates. So where would you think you could place something? What are we going to place?
Under the mobile stairs.
Under the mobile stairs, number one. What was it he placed? What did he have? Backpack, yeah. And in fact, if you look very carefully, when you come down the mobile stairs, there's a gap. There's a bar there. All he had to do was drop it. You had the CCTV of him coming down the stairs with a backpack. We told you when he left the station, he didn't have a backpack, in which case he got rid of it. So quite simply, he put, I don't think you can see it from there. There's my little drawing of a backpack unzipped, and very simply, this comes up. The reason I did all of this is I was asked by the Spanish Metro to see if I could cause a problem at this particular metro station in Madrid. And of course I did, and upset them greatly because they thought it was fully protected, but it wasn't. So they had to modify their SOPs to take this kind of thing into account. Who else has tried this? Which group tried this? They weren't successful. Our lovely Japanese group. Everybody knows about the siren attack. However, that occurred on the 20th of March. A couple of weeks later, on the 5th of May, they went to another railway station. They had not been arrested at that time. And they had 2 bags. In fact, they used 2 condoms, one with acid, one with the salt, and they put them in a paper bag and it caught fire. Next to this was an extractor fan from the public toilets. That extractor fan blew the air into the tunnel where the metro train went. The quantity they had there of 2 kilograms of sodium cyanide, they estimated would have killed 10,000 people had it all been successful. By chance, and purely by chance, a cleaner happened to go into the toilet to clean the toilets and saw this on fire and put it out, and then called the emergency services. Otherwise, there would have been almost certainly thousands of deaths. There's the very, very simple reaction. I'm using sulfuric acid. You can use all sorts of acids there, as long as it's a strong one. Sodium cyanide, very easy to buy. You can buy it off the internet, no problem at all. And you don't need a large quantity. It's a highly exothermic reaction, which heats up itself and liberates hydrogen cyanide. Hydrogen cyanide above 26 degrees is gas. At the station, we were already at 27 degrees, but this will produce huge amounts of gas, which then starts to creep up the stairs, which made more problems because people couldn't get down. So it's not like the chlorine problem, where if you stay up, you're okay. This one, if you try to come down, you're in trouble. That shows you how they did it. Okay? So, in the end of it, there's probably, in my opinion anyway, more questions than answers. There is the threat to public transportation that they have, because they immediately attacked the metro, and it could either be other transport as well. The problem was then resuming public transport, and they had that problem in Japan. People didn't want to use the metro, and you can kind of understand why. Local communities, it would have had a big impact. Unfortunately, these things carry a bad name. And if you ever go to Madrid and someone says, "So where do you live?" "Oh, I live in Atocha." I don't like to hear that name because that's where the train bomb went off. And it still holds that kind of negative flavour to it. So you've got to be very careful with the communities. At what point was it recognised as a CBRN attack? Well, it's not a CBRN attack when the explosion occurred. It was really only a CBRN attack when that gas was being produced. But that was within minutes. Okay, it's very, very quick. And there are public fears. There is always public fears about CBRN because it's unknown. Explosions, car crashes, everybody understands that. They don't understand what it's like to be exposed to radiation or to some chemical weapon. And there will always be pressure from public for answers and, unfortunately, copycat incidents. And we are starting to see in certain locations, I've been very careful what I say here, an increase in drone activity that is not particularly welcome. Can I put it like that? These drones are delivering packages they shouldn't be delivering. The first ones that they're doing are into prisons. Well, if they want to take drugs into prisons, they can. But we have also already noted, I work with the intelligence services in certain countries, and they've already noted that there are certain drones being used to drop other materials, particularly chemical. And that's kind of worrying. And you will see more and more drone activity as we go on. So, thank you. Well done. You survived. I would, as always, like to thank my wonderful facilitator. And most of all, thank you, because without you, this would never have happened. I will see you again probably next year, probably not before, because you will have another final one in February, if I'm not mistaken, which lasts several days. So you have to get ready for that. Okay? Can you make sure that the file that the rapporteur has gets sent to this, no, you send it to the normal masters, info, student, okay? Can you all send that, please, because we'd like to have a look back at what you wrote. You can also have back all these bits of paper, all your little icons, and everything else.
Non raccogliamo gli incetti. Faccio le forme. Vado al gabbiotto, io posso sembrare i microfoni, cose al gabbiotto. Aspettiamo il puntatore, l'abbiamo preso. Portineria.
Buona serata allora.
Ciao. Ma voglio da tutto il giro perché è così scrivere la sì, grande, puntatore.
Allora, da Andrea.
Però penso mo Andrea viene, ma 7520
Vieni?
Sì, 25 e mezzo mi ha
Andrea?
non pensavo che fosse così. Sento nulla. Aspetta un attimo, devo aspetta, scrivo. Devo chiudere. Non so se è chiuso bene, provo a chiudere ancora. Ok. Penso che ho chiuso tutto a questo punto. Ok?